probably not even like an Instagram campaign for many startups. That's how low the bill is. At the end of the day, no matter how sophisticated your CI/CD system is, it's a Linux program that is going to be killed or sig hubbed or restarted. That's it.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to yet another episode of Scale Up Pod. And today we have someone with us that has been very fairly demanded from every episode we have shot till now. People have commented that please bring Dr. Kailash Nath to the episode. So we have him today. Thank you so much for taking out your time.
Thank you.
Right. So we will, of course, have a lot of things to talk about. I would definitely start off with my pet question that I've been doing for every episode is like, what does a day in your life look like? And then mostly in context of work. And I've gotten very different answers. So I'd love to.
Yeah, firstly, again, thanks for having me here. Hearing Dr. Kailash Nath is a little awkward. You could just call me K or
I know.
Kailash.
I won't do that anymore. But that's like, I've seen like Nitin post like Dr. K every time, and I really like that.
Oh, yeah, that's my nickname. So, how a day looks, it has changed drastically over the last few years, and there have been distinct phases. But what has been constant here, and maybe a little peculiar in our industry, is the regulatory weight. And you wake up, you have certain plans for the day. Could be writing software, could be certain meetings, team meeting to figure out technical, non-technical decisions. Suddenly, there could be this regulatory thunderbolt that completely changes your day and the subsequent 30 days, where you have to pause absolutely everything. Yeah. So that's really a reality of life. And over the last couple of years, there have been crazy number of regulatory changes in the industry, all for the better, but really difficult ones. So days are really unpredictable. You get on with a certain project that you've been working on, and suddenly you have to pause, suspend absolutely everything, and firefight for the next several days. So there's been a lot of that lately.
Right. And on a more personal note, like apart from like everything that's happening in Zerodha and everything, do you get time on a regular basis to sort of tinker around with things? I've seen, of course, a lot of your open source projects. Like, does that happen in pockets of time? Do you try to schedule some time for that?
Scheduling is impossible, but I try to find time regularly, late evenings.
বললাম যে তোদের কি ভাই নোটিফিকেশন অনই থাকে, বললেই চলে আসিস? এই বললে মানে কি, মানে স্ট্রিম দিলেই চলে আসিস? নাইস। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Largely, and mostly full weekends. So I dedicate a lot of time. I feel if I don't do that, I'll start maybe getting bored of things in general. So for me, finding time for hobby is a necessity, and of course I enjoy it. It's a win-win.
Right,
but
right.
yes, very regularly.
Right. Another question around that, because very interesting. I've heard a lot of answers from quite a few folks. Is about like when you are managing a team and been doing it for a while, sort of the importance of writing code. And I've gotten fairly different answers from people as well.
Yeah.
So what is it for you? Like how much is it just hobby? How much is it? Do you think you really need to do that to stay abreast of things?
Staying abreast of things as a specific goal is something that I don't really think about because I write code on a regular basis anyway.
Right.
So I never had to. I've never been at a point where I think back and think that, oh, I'm maybe losing touch.
Right.
But that said, that's absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, we get to see, especially in our industry, heavily regulated capital markets industry, lots of people who completely lost touch with technology in general, making very technical decisions and often wrong ones. So I think that is very necessary.
Right.
But because I regularly write software, just like all of us in our tech team, it hasn't really been a thought. And why do I write it? I mean, I like it. If I couldn't write software, I wouldn't be doing whatever I'm doing.
Right. So I have a question around, because we were saying about like regulatory nightmares that happen, and I think it's fairly discussed in terms of like say a business impact, or like sometimes whole fintech companies pivoting because of that.
Yeah.
I'd obviously want to, use this opportunity to also delve a little bit into how does it impact like a tech team working on something. For example, I mean, I'm a regular user of Zerodha. That's my trading platform, and I think you have to directly pay for mutual funds now. I think a couple of months back the regulation came in. It sort of changed because I would just load my funds in one place, stocks and MFs in the same place.
Yeah.
Now I have to do that UPI thing.
Yeah.
So when something like that just suddenly drops,
Yeah.
right? And I guess you don't really get a lot of forewarning or something around stuff like that usually, right? So when something like that drops, like from a tech perspective, like what are your usually next steps? Like maybe well-oiled machine, everything is going on, and suddenly you have to cater to this.
So thankfully, I think one of the things that we cracked early on as a team was handling scenarios like this. If we didn't have a very specific and rather sane framework for handling these regulatory scenarios, I think we would have found it extremely hard to cope with like the huge number of changes that we've seen over the last many years. And if a tech team is constantly pressurized and burdened with making regulatory changes, scrapping systems you've built just because regulations change, if you don't truly internalize and accept that that is the reality of life in the industry, it's very difficult to survive. So thankfully, very, very early on, like almost a decade ago, we kind of realized this. And how we build software, architectural decisions, software decisions, business/product feature decisions, all of that is heavily based on this regulatory framework. Right. So one of the exercises that we do is to try and foresee what could, common sense changes. You know that, it works a certain way, but there's a high probability that 3 years from now, it might change because of regulations. Right. So that foresight, as an exercise, we try to incorporate into all our software decisions. Even things that, even writing modules for certain software, you kind of, expect that this might have to be scrapped.
Got it.
So when you do that, and all your decision making in any business idea, any product, any software architecture, when it all incorporates these tiny little things, this form of decision making over time, it kind of puts you in a place where things aren't as hard. Yes, you still have to scrap systems, but you foresaw that anyway. And if you get 80% of that right? I mean, of course, it's super annoying having to delete everything, stop everything, but it's not impossible. We could have been, once you get to a certain scale and risk increases, it would have been extremely risky to just scrap things if things were not built to be scrapped. Okay. So everyone in the team, of course, we joke about it, we meme about it. It's a really hard reality of our lives. But, we have gotten used to it. We expect crazy regulatory changes at any given moment. And thankfully, our systems and processes are 80% always ready to be tweaked and scrapped. So we cope with it. But it's been a long exercise of thinking like that, long time in the making. And we got really lucky that we wired ourselves to accept that.
Makes sense. I have a question about also sort of the product philosophy, especially in Zerodha's context. And I thought of if I ever get somebody to talk to at Zerodha and ask about this, because, for example, every day, like there are hours during the night when some of the functionality on the app and all stop, right? And it's a philosophical decision, I believe, because somebody can build a product not having those things in place. Like, how did it come to be? I just really want to have a broader perspective around how did it come to be. Like, why do you have a maintenance time every day? As a UX, it does not affect me. I'm very fine because 2 a.m. at night, I'm not trading stocks. But it does happen. So how did it come to be like that?
It's not a philosophical decision. We are forced to have maintenance windows. Not just us, it's basically the norm in the industry.
Okay.
And back in the day, it would be like a 7-hour downtime where all systems go down and lots of stuff happens. Okay. But today we've brought it down to, let's say, an hour and a half. So why it happens is that this industry is EOD, end of the day.
End of the day,
it's
settlements and all.
Correct. Yeah. So this entire industry runs on end of the day settlements. All the real-time trades that you do, investments that you do throughout the day, they are real-time. That them being real-time is kind of an illusion. Yeah. The actual settlement only happens at the end of the day. Right. So for us, if we process, let's say 15 million orders in a day, we get 15 million orders worth of data dumps from the exchange. On a volatile day, that can be delayed. So you get data from many different sources, like dozens of massive dumps at the end of the day.
Right.
You have to crunch everything. You have to do settlements. You have to reconfigure users' accounts, balances, etc. You have to send copies of the results to many different institutions, exchanges, depositories, etc. So that these are really long and complex processes.
Right.
You could have 6 data dumps that you were waiting for, but the 7th one could be randomly 2 hours late.
Right.
So when these processes are happening, and these are really complex processes, and we've put in humongous amounts of work to bring them down from 20 hours to 8 hours to 4 hours to, let's say, 20 minutes. Just last week we rewrote our entire contract note. You get that PDF at the end of the day process, right?
Yeah.
So that had over time, this is I think the 5th rewrite in the last 7 years.
Okay.
So with this new rewrite, everything is done in 20 minutes, including pushing out, let's say, 1 million emails.
Yeah.
But while these things are happening, the state that you see on your trading platform, that's already stale. But once the new states are computed, new balances, new positions, new results, new everything, they have to be loaded into all these systems. Now, just processing itself could involve, let's say, recomputing 100 billion rows of financial records, historical prices.
Yeah.
So all of this has to happen, and the new states have to be loaded onto the trading platform.
ডিসকর্ডে চলে আয়, কলেজ হয়ে গেছে তো নাকি, বাড়ি ফিরে পড়েছিস তো?
So we've made it so that while all of these things are happening, you can still access everything. But that loading process, the sheer volume and size of data that has to be refreshed, the new states, that takes some time.
Right.
And like I said, we've brought that window down to, let's say, an hour. And it's an unfortunate side effect of the nature of end of the day settlements. And if you haven't put in huge amounts of engineering effort, it'll be hours and hours, and you'd be down for, let's say, 8 hours throughout the night. But yeah, it's not a philosophical decision. We are forced to.
Forced by the kind of situation.
And it's an ongoing exercise to bring that window, down as much as possible continuously.
Got it. Makes a lot of sense now. So hearing about, of course,
এই আসলাম এখন একটু পরে বসছি।
course, like the process that goes behind, like you're saying, millions of trades happening every day, and then reconciling all of that data. And then this is obviously a question about like how are you achieving all of this with a small team? And it's a question that keeps coming in a lot of places. I've seen, I think once you replied on a Reddit thread about that, yeah, we are really just 30 people. I've known a few of people in your team from some time back, so I really know that it is 30 people. For the audience, you're not faking it, but I mean, it's very common for a lot of people in the industry to early stage career, places they have worked, they've probably seen like pretty big tech teams, and maybe the perspective that it gives a lot of people is that, okay, moving around this amount of data, millions of users, is probably just not something we can even achieve with less than 300 engineers or something. Right. So I'd love to get your perspectives around, like, of course, at zero, how is it being achieved with so less people? And I love that you had a point there that this should be the norm for a lot of industries as well. So yeah, how is it possible? Where are the places where it can be possible?
Firstly, it's very difficult to answer. So the question typically comes top down. How can you do all of this with, let's say, 30 people?
Yes.
But we never set out to do any of this with any number of people. We started out really small, and things just happened to be. So it's very important to go from the bottom up when looking at this.
Exactly.
So so there's no formula for replicating. Tomorrow, let's say you want to build a product like Zerodha, but maybe that something that only happens 1/10 of the scale. Now, could you do that with 5 people or 10 people or 50 people? It's impossible to say or no.
Makes
so
sense.
It's literally a function of the time that we've put in and how the team has come to be. Now, as I said earlier, everyone in the team has a certain way of thinking. That regulatory framework, the framework of risk that we operate in, we really understand.
Right.
Now, if you were constantly burnt out by that, and if you were unable to collaborate, a 30-member team could never build any of this. So the key is that we gel really well with each other. We know how to have fun. We know how to, work around our mistakes and laugh about our mistakes, and also laugh at our successes. So I think the way the team has evolved over the last 9 plus years to this tight knit gang plays probably the most important role in this outcome. How how a 30-member team can build stuff
Right.
or large scale stuff. They have to work really really well with each other. I say that because that comes before technical skills. Now, of course, you need talent and technical skills and expertise to build systems. You have to sit and write software.
Right.
But if you had a bunch of people who were exceptionally technically skilled, but who couldn't work with each other, especially in an environment like this, heavily regulated, the team would fall apart in no time.
Right.
And so that really is key. How we've stuck to our principles, how we've been grounded since day one. When we had 5,000 users, let's say in 2013 to today, 10 plus million users, our attitudes have not changed. We stick together, we collaborate well, we write software, scrap software, rewrite software for the sixth time, we have fun. So, and that also means that the decisions are objective and technical. The moment you have, let's say, tech versus management divide,
Yeah.
I think it's impossible. I mean, it doesn't matter if you have 30 people, 40 people, 100 people. I mean, it would be very, very difficult.
Right.
For people to stick together, they have to be in an environment that they are comfortable in, especially, technical folks who are creative. And writing software is not only scientific, it's also a creative endeavor.
Makes sense.
So, again, you'd see that there's no formula here. It's really about people and
Right.
how people work with each other. And thankfully, again, from the very, very beginning at Zerodha, we haven't had the technical versus management divide, as in, you suddenly get email requirements from the management, no questions asked, and you're supposed to build it. You'll never be able to build quality software with solid philosophies and rationale if that's how it functioned, where someone sent you a requirement, you had no idea why, and you were forced to do it.
Right.
So, from the very beginning, we've been conscious of that, and that tech, how the tech team works with non-tech teams, it's been philosophical and it's been very collaborative. Everyone sits down together. So anyone could bring up an idea, propose an idea. People can shoot it down. People are free to shoot ideas down. In fact, probably 95% of all ideas that we proposed have been shot down objectively. And tech and non-tech teams, they know, we have the right culture where people respect such objective decisions.
Right.
So that also has meant that people with deep financial domain knowledge, uh, mostly non-tech folks. Now, today, tech folks also understand lots of bits, financial bits. But in the early days, it was all the domain knowledge were with the finance folks,
Finance
right?
people.
But because we were able to work hand in hand, it was possible to bring that deep financial knowledge and the creative endeavor of writing software for finance together. People sat together. All of us have always sat together on the same floor. Just walk up, have a discussion, decision, debate, decide.
Right.
So it's really that. It's really that culture that has enabled us to build whatever we built with just 30 people. And it just happened to be. And of course, skills and the right kind of technical decisions are absolutely necessary. Wrong decisions could be disastrous. So of course, there's that too. We put in humongous amounts of engineering effort and R&D effort.
Right.
But going back to that number, how can such a small team achieve something like this? Absolutely, how the team works with each other. It's the culture and philosophies.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So I mean, and this is I think.
Yo, bro, what's up? I'm just doing a course. No, it's a different one.
A discussion around like what sort of the team size you need to achieve something, and I've had with other folks as well in the past, and I remember actually early days when I used to run a startup, and we had like 3 full-time engineers and a couple of interns, and there was a time I had come to a conference in Bangalore, and there were some other edtech founders, and we were talking about, and then they said like,
By the way,
what
bro,
kind of numbers
I
and all you're
bought
doing. I
the
said that okay.
web development cohort. What, bro? Yeah. Yeah. It's actually quite nice. Yeah. Have you like met anyone there? Well, like the thing is, most of them like just speak Hindi. By the way, where did the other guy go? By the way, can you show me like the project you're working on right now? You, wait, so you're doing Sigma TSA? Nice. All right, bro. All right.
Yo, dude. Chris, come on the VC na.
Uh,
Multitasking rules. What do you mean by multitasking? Like in your Mac or for multitasking for Mac? What do you mean though? Oh, uh, press Command and Tab. Like that's the switcher, I guess. Multitasking Windows, I guess there's some like terminal based multitasking Windows tree sitters you can find.
Bro, who are you talking to?
I'm talking to the chat. Chris, come to VC.
Oh wait, why is he like typing in chat? Can't he just like come to VC?
I don't know, man. He's just like that.
All right. By the way, how long have has Krish been doing like web development?
I don't think he's like specifically into web development. He usually does machine learning stuff and like Google Chrome extension stuff. But
Oh, all right.
I guess 2 years. Yeah, he's just built different.
Built
He's
different.
just 15 though.
That's crazy. Wait, so if he's 15 right now, like when did he start coding?
I don't know, ask him.
And wait,
He's doing since 11, he says.
you've been doing it since you're 11.
Damn,
Yeah, bro, he's just built different.
bro, he's the myth, the legend.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Maybe 1 or 2 million a year we are doing in revenues. We
Yeah.
have some, probably free users. We have about, 500,000 of them, some 10-20,000 paid users.
Yeah.
They're like, at this scale, how are you running with 4 engineers? And I think, yeah, I mean, I just asked him the counter question is like, okay, he was doing probably in revenues a little less. I'm like, okay, fine. That's regardless of that. But your systems look very similar to me.
Yeah.
There's some video being played, there's some notes people are writing, some questions being solved, MCQs and all. It's an educational system, very similar.
Yeah.
You do have like 30 people in the team. Like, why do you have that? I mean, that's also a
Yeah.
question, because I did not form a team thinking it will be 4 people. I never needed more than that.
Yeah.
And you were saying we had this idea, then we raised some funding, then we thought, okay, to build this, we will need 30 people. So I think the thinking comes from, okay, to build these 10 things, we will need 30 people.
Yeah.
And that's the reason he had 30 people rather than probably starting to build it and see where it goes.
Yeah.
Maybe that does play a bit of a, I think, because there are enough examples of things built at very big scale, both in terms of features that are there,
Yeah.
users that are there,
Yeah.
and he had a team of maybe 10 people, 20 people. I mean, WhatsApp was very famous for that. When they got acquired, they had
Yeah,
some, I think,
yeah.
19 people or so, and people thought that 1 billion people are working on that app. How is it possible?
That's right.
But I really like that piece of the answer, which is like, you have to sit down with the, I mean, tech, non-tech, rather than talking about it in those terms. Like,
Yeah.
have somebody with domain expertise and understand what they want, solve that problem together.
Yep.
And it still is like that, you're saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely nothing has changed. We still debate ideas. Sometimes debates go on for days,
Right.
and ideas are always shot down. Anybody is free to propose an idea. So, you have to, if you feel that any idea that you raise will be immediately shot down by the management, I don't think you'll be at your creative best in such an environment. So it's ingrained in the culture that anybody can propose anything, anybody can question anything, and the outcomes have to be objective.
Right.
We could have a really tight decision, but you write down bullet points on the left side and right side, and whatever weighs slightly more, that's the objective decision, and that has, in hindsight, worked really well for us. And to go back to the anecdote you just shared, I really don't know how that works. I don't know how it's possible to reduce humans who are especially creative, let's say software developers or product folks, how you can reduce them to units and say that this particular piece of software requires uh, human units or 30 human units. I really don't understand how that works, and I've never seen that example play out really well. That approach, sorry, play out really well anywhere. So and I think there's this huge component of FOMO there. Let's say you have a product that is becoming bigger, growing, and you receive funding, and you have 3 engineers. I mean, people will ask questions. How can you build, whatever you're planning to
Yes,
build with
yes.
3 engineers? So you start doubting yourself, and I've seen this quite a bit, even in really young startups who are just maybe a year or too old. They look at the peers and suddenly that other organization has 50 people, so we have to hire, we need product managers, we need more developers, we need more dedicated designers.
Right.
So a lot of external factors influence decision making and how to build tech teams, and you end up with massive teams where everyone's a little lost.
Yeah, and
Because
there's a little bit of manufactured complexity also in your systems, because Conway's law getting into
Absolutely.
effect there as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because if you have, let's say, 50 people, they have to do something, right? So you
By the
automatically,
way, bro,
implicitly, and
I want
subconsciously.
to ask, like, how many hours do you spend coding a day? 10 hours? Hmm. What do you mean? Wait, bro, but like, how do you even have 10 hours a day? Aren't you like busy with college and stuff?
Like we are in the last semester of our college, right? So there's not much going to the college, so I don't go to the college anymore.
Wait, bro, what?
Like I'm in my last semester, okay? So the college is like very not very strict right now. So I do not have to
Oh,
go.
all right, I get it.
Sunglasses guy. Do I know you? I feel like I know you.
Wait, but like, when your college was strict, like, how much were you coding back then?
At that
A
time,
day?
like 2 hours maybe.
2 hours.
I didn't had any time back then.
By the way, so like every day you wake up at 5?
Uh, Sometimes, not always.
All right.
I don't think you knew the sunglasses guy. Seems like I know you. Your eyes hurts. Just just don't like watch your look at your phone. Solved. Am I doing something wrong? I think I am. Oh, like this. But this is the same thing, no? Maybe. I'm beginner learned Python. What is the next step? I have no idea like using Python. So I'm not the guy, brother.
Bro, like, do you ever plan on doing something else, like aside from web development?
I don't know, bro. Never thought about it.
Mm, all right. Wait, who is the sunglasses guy?
No, I don't know. I'm in third year now and I'm panicking. Give me some tips. Third year, as in the sense it's your last year or like the second last year. Second last.
Wait, like, what does he mean by give me some tips? like tips for learning
Yes, tips for
web
learning.
development.
Hmm, I guess you have time, brother. If you're in the second last, tips for cracking interview, like on campus interview depends on the company. So if you're like somewhat, like knows oops, knows some like somewhat DSA, like solve questions and some networking stuff, then I guess you will be able to crack it because on campus interviews are very easy to crack, which is very different from off campus. Damn, off campus का हालत बहुत खराब है भाई. Solid projects, I can't help you with projects, brother. You have to find it yourself. If you are like very beginner at something and like doesn't do much coding, then cloning projects would be the best option for you. I don't think you should like chase best of the best projects because we will not be able to finish it. One finished project is way better than 10 unfinished projects.
Bro, like, doesn't it get kind of boring coding like 10 hours a day?
For me, I don't think it gets boring. Some days, yeah, some days like I do not like even working, so I just sleep. But most of the days, I do enjoy what I'm doing.
Mm. Like, when you're not doing web development, like, what do you usually do in your free time besides web
Nothing, to be
development?
honest. I just watch some videos, sleep all day.
Videos on YouTube?
Yeah,
Mm. All right, bro.
this is the other guy. Like, chat is like the sunglasses guy is asking about you.
About who?
You,
What is he asking?
you can read the chat. Are you a freelancer? You can say that because when projects come, like someone asks me to do something, like in exchange of money, obviously, then I do it. But I'm not like actively seeking any work. What are your skill set? How can I tell you that? Like Next.js, React, TypeScript, JavaScript, Prisma, Postgres, SQL, I don't know, MongoDB, Express, Mono.
Wait, do you know 3JS?
Nah, 3JS is hard, bhai. Like 3JS and like those particle systems for web
Mm.
development. Those are really hard.
Do you think you'll like ever learn it?
Yeah, in the future, probably. Current scenarios about coding. Bro, I'm not even placed. Don't ask me that. I'm just working hard every day just to get placed. I'm not in the position to give opinions about those. Learning TypeScript, I know JS quite well. Then you should just jump into learning TypeScript, brother. There's no like easy way out. And there's no reason to like hold onto JavaScript. You should learn TypeScript. How much do you use ChatGPT just to increase the efficiency? Not much, brother. I use ChatGPT, like I treat ChatGPT like my senior engineer and ask him like questions more than asking him like coding stuff. But yeah, any resources you would suggest? Just take any crash course in YouTube and just start learning. Like only when you are practicing the syntax and learning use cases, then you can like master TypeScript. Like I have recently learned TypeScript. I've been using it for like last 2 months, and I still doesn't know about generics and like the advanced stuffs. But while I'm using, I try to like think where should I like give types, where should I use interfaces, those things. Sometimes after like writing the code, I just ask Cursor or ChatGPT to like reformat the code into a like a better version of you know TypeScript code. So I learned from there like what good code actually looks like. Use on DSA, you have to do DSA. There's no easy way out. Like it's not needed in development as much. It's obviously needed, but not as much. But you have to do DSA for cracking interviews. It's mandatory, and there's no easy way out.
By the way, does 100x devs cohort like does it teach TypeScript?
Yes, it has moved on to TypeScript. TypeScript, I think it's on the week 15th. You can like find it.
All right.
So I have no other choice. Yes, no other choice. Like if you want to do it, you will start doing it from tomorrow, brother. It's all up to you. Not me, not even ChatGPT, not even your father or mother can actually convince you to work. If you are not willing to work, then you're just going to stay like this. This was actually me, this was actually my story when I was in first year. I didn't do anything, but I realized that I have to do something or else this cutthroat competition, I won't be able to compete with others and fall behind. So I started doing it and continued doing it. Hey, you, why do you have to pull me like this?
Wait, so like when you're gonna launch Sigma TSA,
Probably
how
next month.
how are you like going to promote it?
Uh, to be honest, I really don't know how I'm going to promote it, but I have like thought about some ways to, Reddit posting, Instagram posting, social media posting, I guess.
But like, don't some like things, some of your posts get banned on like those platforms?
I didn't get what you're saying. Can you repeat?
Like on Reddit,
Yes.
you might get banned
No, I
if you
don't
like
think so.
promote.
I don't think so.
I mean, sometimes you can.
Then I'll just make an alt account. Who cares, man? Hino Kamigagura. No, I forgot how to pronounce that. But I know what you're talking about. That's what was his name? Rengoku? Yes. And Panchiro. I missed this show. I miss it like really badly. Bro, my keyboard is actually pretty bad. Don't do like this. The B key, the like angular bracket keys, and the backspace key is really bad. No, Mac, not Mac. This one. I have to clean it. Throw it, no, brother. This is one of my prized possessions. I can't just throw it away. Saved like थोड़ा करके I saved like 5k in a whole year just to buy this. Just the keys like got stuck
Wait,
when it failed.
just to buy what?
What?
You said you had to save up to buy something.
My keyboard.
How much did it cost?
5k, I guess. Around 5k. And you did. Me, I guess. Oh no, you're talking about the podcast. Okay. I thought you were like telling me that I am unmuted. Take it away. Yeah, cool.
Start creating, complicating your architecture.
I'm from a college in Kolkata that I do not want to name.
Complicating your design to give everyone enough work. So it's a vicious cycle, and it just
Fuck you.
keeps on getting worse.
Right.
The more complex it becomes, the more people you need. And beyond a certain number of people, you have to now have other people who manage communication and results and all. And suddenly you get really rigid hierarchies.
Yeah.
And you keep on growing. So once you grow, you have to keep on growing. So, and as I said, I've never seen a successful example of someone saying this particular piece of software needs X human units and it working out exactly like that. You can't. It's like you said, it's possible for 20 people to build a WhatsApp that can handle billions of users. It's possible for 2,000 people to build terrible, let's say, net banking applications that don't work.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah.
भाई तूने मेरा दिल जीत लिया भाई.
Um, uh, on that piece, because you talked about that tech and business thing, and then Jacob was here on one of the episodes of Scale Up Pod, and he was talking about an anecdote where the VCs had an interview with the CEO and the CTO, and then they were like very impressed that how did both of you have the same answers as to what you want to do in the next 5 years, and then and Jacob say this part which I had it in the teaser of that episode as well, like I absolutely completely totally hate the word the business. I mean the tech is the business. You're building
Yeah,
the same
yeah,
thing,
yeah.
and tech.
Bro, the sunglasses guy, I think I know you. How do you know that he's a kid? Damn.
And business are not separate
By the way, I love you, brother.
things.
Yeah.
But that's it. The this divide, whether it's in minds of people or it's actually there, it does exist in a lot of places, right? And then our audience being like the engineers and the tech people. So my question is, like as an engineer and you're growing, you started building things, hacking around, maybe you have joined a company, you're working on things. How do you also sort of gather more perspective about the business? How do you not think of, okay, this is what I was told to build, I don't know how it is going to be used, and that kind of sometimes mindset can percolate if you are in a environment where you have a tech versus business thing.
Yeah.
But I think part of the onus is also with the engineers too, because it's a bridge and everybody has to come to the middle.
Yeah.
So at a more philosophical level, when somebody is growing as an engineer, how do you go about making sure that you go at least to the center of the bridge for the tech versus business divide?
So I think it's difficult. Honestly, for young engineers, folks who are just starting out, it's very difficult because their worldview hasn't formed. They don't know that they have an opinion, and in many organizations, engineers unfortunately have no voice or opinion, and even in tech companies.
Right.
So I think the burden, the weight really lies with the management. Culture in an organization, it has to come from top down.
Right.
And no matter how hard engineers try, engineers cannot really create an engineering culture if the management isn't up for it, if they are not in on it. So if to cross a bridge, there has to be a bridge.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult in an organization that doesn't really have the right culture of collaboration between
Goodbye, bye. Okay, I'll also have to take a break, so I'll come back.
Yeah, yeah. Where have you been? Where have you been? किसके नीचे? আমি ভাবলাম তুমি হয়তো আবার সেই চলে গেছো হয়তো চালিয়ে
খেলতে
স্ট্রিম চালিয়ে ব্রেক পেও দিয়ে চলে গেছো
হ্যাঁ ব্রেক করে দিয়ে তো গেছিলাম
না না সে মাঝে মাঝে ব্রেক পে দিয়ে তুমি চলেই যাও না আমি তাই ভেবেছিলাম ये सॉन्ग पसंद नहीं
হুম
তোমার কি আওয়াজ আসছে
হুম
ভিডিওর আওয়াজ আসছে
হুম তোর আওয়াজ না আমার আওয়াজ
ভিডিওটার আওয়াজ আমি যে ভিডিও শুনছি
না
What the-
কেন যাবে
অসত্য কথা চলো
দাঁড়া
Stuck
আসছি এক
in
সেকেন্ড।
DSA. What's up, nigga? Yes, yes. Yes, sir. অথচ তোমার একটা ভালো পোর্ট্রেট দাও তো, প্লিজ প্লিজ। দেওয়া নাহলে লিঙ্কডইনে তো এমনিই আছে আমার। ঠিক আছে।
Tech and non-tech folks, it's very difficult to build that bridge. You have entire managerial frameworks. You know, this whole requirements thing where requirements come in, you're supposed to build it. Financial, let's say in a financial company, financial decisions are made by someone sitting somewhere. There's no rationale. You get a thing saying, "Oh, add this button, add this report."
PRD.
Yeah. And you're supposed to just do it,
Yeah.
and you're supposed to report to your manager. Now, if there's no culture that has been established by the management themselves, it's impossible for engineers to even attempt to cross the bridge, because that bridge has to be built and sustained by the management. If the management is open, I mean, people who are willing to contribute will naturally immediately figure out that, oh, it is possible to have a dialogue.
Right.
And it's just that. And in many organizations, unfortunately, where there's this tech versus non-tech divide, there's no dialogue. You get requirements, you build, you don't even know why you're building. It could be wrong. It could weigh negatively on the software architecture. But why would a non-tech management care about software architecture?
Right.
So it has to be top down. The culture has to be established by the management.
Makes sense. Here, and then I will play a bit of a devil's advocate here, and it's probably the question is not coming from a perspective that is personal, but
Yeah.
say
আরেকটাও তো
speaking on
দেখলাম
behalf of, let's say,
হ্যাঁ
স্ট্রিমে, তোমার স্ট্রিমে আরেকটা নতুন কেউ এসছে দেখলাম।
হ্যাঁ ওই সানগ্লাসেস গাই।
ইয়া,
আরো একজন এসেছিল মাঝখানে, কি আইনেশ সিং বলে, সিনহা বলে। আজকে 10খানা বেশি সাবস্ক্রাইবার গেইন হয়েছে।
কোথা থেকে এসছে এরা?
জানি না, এমনি র্যান্ডম এক্সপ্লোর ফিড
ভালো
থেকে গেছে।
রিচ পাচ্ছ ভালোই।
রিচ তো কবে থেকেই পাচ্ছি। আর কালকের ভিডিওটাও ভাইরাল গেছে নাকি? ভাইরাল গেছে মানে কি, মানে মানে রাতারাতি একটু বেশি ভিউ এসছে এইটা। Anyways, everything feels good, but I have to stay focused on my goal. যাই হোক, যেটা করছিলাম সিগমা ডিএসএ তে করি।
non-tech and a business-oriented founder, let's say.
Yeah.
And then we talked about it when we met at Force India as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's why should we invest in an engineering-first culture? Let's just say somebody says that, okay, I have a bunch of requirements. If the tech team just builds it, I will go ahead and keep building my team ahead, and
Yeah.
I don't need an engineering culture to exist in my team.
Yeah.
And fortunately, unfortunately, wherever you put it, but I have seen this sort of dialogue also from people, right? Right. And then I think that the result of that is, like, a lot of times people, uh, very passionate and very highly motivated engineers get into a company which, like, from the outside looks like doing great business, but they are like, we just left a year later because we did not feel like having a good engineering culture.
Yeah.
So I mean, before coming to, I think, the engineering culture and hacker and open space, I will talk about that as well. But
Yeah.
what's the need even for building an engineering culture, you would say?
I think you touched upon it a little while ago, where this whole tech versus non-tech thing. I think that line is now blurring. So if you remember, there used to be tech-enabled businesses.
Yeah.
That used to be a thing.
Correct.
But today, everyone is kind of a tech business. Even companies that run on Excel sheets, are kind of digital tech businesses.
Correct.
And we have this entire category of terms like food tech, I know, travel tech,
Yeah.
fintech, whatever. These were all tech enabled businesses where business was finance. Like Zerodha, for example, Zerodha's primary business is financial services.
Right.
So maybe 8-9 years ago, Zerodha would be looked upon as as an organization that offers some technology as a means, merely as a means to provide financial services.
Right.
But today it's completely changed. People see Zerodha as a technology provider, not just a financial services provider.
Right.
So Zerodha has turned into an engineering tech company.
Right.
And so it's a way of looking at that. If you consider that your business just needs tech as one of the small little pieces to run the business of many other pieces, then it's very difficult to have an engineering culture.
Right.
There are, if an organization, if a certain business relies heavily on technology, and even if it's, let's say, financial services or food services or agriculture or whatever, but if engineering and technology are a core proposition of the business, and that requires self-awareness. You can always compartmentalize saying, oh, there's this tech team, they'll build whatever we want, but our business is finance.
My IT team.
Exactly, my IT team. So, but we are financial folks, we'll only do finance, and tech is just a means. So if you look at the business from that perspective, sorry, as I mentioned, it's very difficult to establish an engineering culture because it's just one of the necessary evils.
Right.
But as I said, the lines have blurred. Zerodha has become a technology company from a pure financial company. So Zerodha offers technology plus financial services now, and that transformation has played a key role in Zerodha. I don't know, maybe reinventing or re-establishing itself as a different kind of a player over the last, let's say half decade. Now, if that wasn't the case, maybe Zerodha would be an entirely different kind of company which offered some financial services, but there wasn't, I know, scale or growth or whatever in today's terms. So, what is the necessity here? If a certain business, if technology and engineering is core to a certain business, and realizing that it is, or whether it is or whether it is not, it's really the first big leap.
Makes sense.
So if it is core, you need to have that becomes the core proposition of your business going forward. That defines your future, and it becomes imperative to have a good technology team. And what exactly is a good technology team? Team with people who are happy doing what they're doing. And I mean content, not super happy maybe, but people who don't hate what they're doing.
Correct.
And again, technology, as it grows, as complexity grows, you can't just have, you can't just get two developers in, get them to fix certain things, build new things, chuck them out, get two people. It's an ongoing, like a very long-term endeavor, right? The developers who build software, the software enters their mind space and it lives in their heads.
Yeah.
And any knob that you need to tweak the correct way, quickly fix a certain thing or quickly scrap a certain thing, build new features, it's all in their heads.
Yeah, it's just like a completely imagined spaceship kind of thing you have in your head. The live parts. It's some sort of a diagram in your head. Sometimes not even easy to visualize, but
absolutely. So it's not like a commodity where, let's say, you have a mixer grinder that breaks down. You can take it to any mechanic, and because it's a commodity, it's so simple, it's trivial, they can all fix it.
Yeah.
But complex software, it needs people who built that software with deep understanding of its nuances and the million decisions that have been taken over the years to operate it.
Right.
Now, all of those things lives in the minds of engineers and product folks, and if their minds are not happy and they're churning, your engineering team is constantly losing people, new people coming out, of course that is going to reflect immediately, physically and heavily negatively on your software. You'll have poorly built software. You'll end up with legacy software. Nobody can rewrite legacy software overnight, and all the people who liked it, built it, they've gone. Yeah. Because you don't really have an engineering culture. So from a maybe a transactional perspective, I'm not a fan of this perspective, but from a purely transactional perspective, selfish perspective for a business, if a business is going to to rely on tech, if tech and engineering are going to be core to it, and if they don't cultivate an engineering culture, I mean, it's going to be disastrous for them.
Yeah.
We just have to look around us. Massive organizations with unlimited resources, legacy organizations who produce terrible software, who are struggling today,
Right.
and the finance industry, has so many great examples, right? It's all because of that. They refused to accept that technology was core to them. They ended up keeping it as just one of those things that has to be serviced, and there's no tech talent. Why would creative people who like creative endeavors want to work in an environment where there's no creativity? Is just a means to delivering certain kinds of business.
Right. Right.
So absolutely imperative for businesses uh, to do this if they really want to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that brings me to another question, of course, because we were talking about engineering culture.
Yeah.
Right.
Deep
What, in your opinion,
bhai,
is a good engineering
कैसे हो
culture?
भाई?
Also, I'd love to ask, because like you walk into a tech team
भाई
and like,
ডিলয়েট আসছে
what
তো
do you
ডিলয়েটে
expect
কি
to
করবি
see?
বসবি
Which
বাপরে হুম ঠিকই আছে someone's messaging me स्ट्रीम में हो गया गड़बड़ ভাই আমাকে চেক গুয়ে পড়া লাগছে
কি লাগছে?
চেক গুয়ে পড়া আর এটা এ আছে না ওই ফায়ার ফাইটার না কি ফায়ার ফাইটার বলছি কেন ভাই ফ্রিডম ফাইটার
কি ফাইটার?
ফ্রিডম ফাইটার
ও damn, তো আসলে কৃষ্ণা এসছে।
কৃষ্ণা ইউ
কৃষ্ণা
চাইল্ড
কৃষ্ণার ম্যাকবুক চলে এসছে, ম্যাকবুক
ইউ
M3।
চাইল্ড গো অ্যাওয়ে ইউ চাইল্ড
M3 आ गया भाई का।
भाईगा M3 आएगा बा
M3 आ गया।
ভাই এখানে চিলড্রেন চিলড্রেন এটাকে কি করে অ্যাড করতে হয় জানো এখানে যদি আমি টাইপসও লিখি যে হোমে আমি চিলড্রেন পাঠাবো আই ডোন্ট থিঙ্ক দ্যাট উইল ওয়ার্ক আগে কমেন্ট আউট করে রাখি
Xcode? What is Xcode?
एक्स कोड
Azure,
चालिए क्या है भाई एक्स कोड इज वेरी बल्कि Krishna is
you wanna
always there the man
see
এগার
something?
কথা why didn't you think about learning Swift and Xcode ভালো লাগেনি কোনোদিন তাই আমি Xcode বহুতে কি বলে বাল্কি
You wanna see
7 GB একটা কোড এডিটর খায় 7 GB
You wanna see
that's too
something?
much
You wanna see something?
Swift is a good language
Sweet.
learn it I I don't think এখন সুইফট শিখে তোর কিছু লাভ আছে learn
Azure,
about like those AR VR things AR VR language গুলো কি নাম যেন ভুলে গেছি আমি তখন
ভাই OnlyFans এ অ্যাকাউন্ট খুলে নেয়।
ওগুলো সুইফট দিয়ে হয় আই ডোন্ট নো ভাই একটা অনলি পাংখার ক্লোন বানাবো
Only पंखा, only पंखा, only devs, only devs।
আরে এআর ভিআর এর তোর ওই ভিআর হেডসেট গুলোর জন্য তোর কি বলে ওটাকে মেটা কোয়েস্ট আই গেস না মেটা কোয়েস্ট হ্যাঁ মেটা কোয়েস্ট না অ্যাপেলের কি ওটা অ্যাপেলের নামটা কি ছিল না অ্যাপেল অ্যাপেল
Ultimate study material
অ্যাপেল
you
ভিশন
could
প্রো ইয়েস
use।
ওটারও তো অ্যাপস বানানো যায় একটা ভিআর হেডসেট কিনে নে নর্মাল 2,000 টাকার মধ্যে ওইগুলো বানা ভাই এখন ওর বহুত বুমিং আছে কি বলে মার্কেট আছে এআর ভিআর থিংস এর
सांसों की माला पे
ইয়েস ইয়েস আমিও দেখেছিলাম
मनु
যখন আপডেট
अरोड़ा।
এসেছিল ভিশন বেরিয়েছিল তখন আমার এতে আপডেট এসেছিল বহুত বড় আপডেট ভাই ডিলিট মেরে দিয়েছি
Hey,
কি
Krishna, you know about you should learn Web3. Don't learn this VR. You should learn Web3. ওয়েব 3
হ্যাঁ 2000 VR আছে ভাই, তুই কি বলছিস? VR হেডসেট 2000-3000ই দাম নর্মাল
হ্যাঁ
সাইজ।
2000-3000 মাত্র, ও তাহলে ভিআর না ওটা।
হুম, ও তো মেটা কোয়েস্ট কিনবে না রে বাবা, ও তো এখন জাস্ট টেস্টিং পারপাসের জন্য কিছু কিনবে।
ও কিনলে একবার কিনলে হচ্ছে অ্যাপেল, ওটা অ্যাপেল।
হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা।
4.5 লাখ টাকা দিয়ে একবারে কিনলে ওটা। দাদা এটা দেখো দাদা,
দাঁড়াও দেখছি।
এই
VR
সব বানিয়ে
হেডসেট,
দিল।
আদা কত দাম?
ওই
একটু ভালো দেখে কিনে নিবি নয় কিছু।
স্টিম দাও।
প্রোকাসটা খুব ভালো, আমি শুনেছি প্রোকাসটা বেশ ভালো। হ্যাঁ অনেকে কিনেওছে, আমি এটা কারেতে দেখেছিলাম একবার। প্রোকাসটা ভালো।
ইয়ালা, ও আই সি দাদা।
এইটাও অনেক আগে দেখেছিলাম, ব্ল্যাকপুল ভালো নয় মনে হয়, কি জানি। কি বল বল দেখছি।
দেখো আমি আর ডিস্ট্রাক্ট হবো না দাদা, এই দেখো আমি সব এক জায়গায় করে দিয়েছি। ওপেন সোর্স যা যা আমি কমিট করবো, ঠিক আছে, মানে কন্ট্রিবিউট করবো। P5JS এর এপিআর রেজ করে দিয়েছি একটা, বলছিলাম না সেই হয়েছে, আমি ওটা করিনি, ওটা করে দিয়েছি। এইগুলো অর্গানাইজেশন তুমিও করতে পারো, আমি চেক করে করেই রেখেছি এখানে, বুঝতে পেরেছো? নেক্সট টাইপস্ক্রিপ্ট এইসবই হয়েছে। কিছু অর্গানাইজেশন যেমন মেডিউস আছে, এইগুলো না ব্যাক এন্ডে পাইথন ইউজ করে, ফার্স্ট এপিআই এগুলো। আর এখানে প্রজেক্ট যেগুলো করছি, ঠিক আছে, এখানে এইটা কিছু মানে আমি আজকে এই ভিডিওটা দেখলাম। এই যে ডিসেন্ট্রালাইজ এক্সচেঞ্জ যেটা বানাচ্ছে হারকিরা, যেটা বানিয়েছে, ঠিক আছে, 30 মিনিটে, 30 মিনিট না হ্যাঁ 30 মিনিটের ওখানে ও জাস্ট মানে ওখানে ডিসেন্ট্রালাইজ এক্সচেঞ্জ, বাট কি বলতো ওটা, এখানে কোনো ওয়েব 3 নেই, এটা কোনো ওয়েব 3 না, কোনো কোনো ওয়েব 3 কোনো লেয়ার মানে কোনো টেকনোলজি ইউজ করেনি, ঠিক আছে। এটা সিম্পল নোড জেএস আর টাইপস্ক্রিপ্ট একটা প্রজেক্ট বানিয়েছে ব্যাকএন্ডে।
গুড জব।
আর এইটাতে ওয়েব 3 স্যাস, তুমি তো দেখেছো হয়তো, এটা ওয়েব 3 স্যাস
হুম।
6 আওয়ার এইটা। এইটাতে সেই কিছু ওয়েব 3, আমি একটা জিনিস দেখলাম যে ওয়েব 3 ওরকম না যে ওয়েব 3 ইউজ করছে বলে সবই মানে ওয়েব 3 সব করতে হবে, কন্ট্রাক্ট লিখতে হবে, সব এইসব ওরকম না। কিন্তু এখন ওয়েব 3টা করবো না, এখন এটা আমি রেখে দিয়েছি যে খুঁজে পরে করবো। ওই যে এইগুলো আগে শেষ করবো, আগে প্রথমে হচ্ছে প্রজেক্ট, দেন এই হ্যাকাথন আমি করে পেয়েছি। নাম কি দেবা?
হুম।
এটাতে তো আমি, হ্যাঁ,
না রে বাবা, বলছি সময় নেই, কেন বলিস আমায়?
হ্যাকাথনে কি আছে, নাম দেওয়ার সময় নেই।
আমার সময় নেই, কি করে বেরোবো বল আমি?
বেরোনো না, অনলাইন হ্যাকাথন ওটা, আমি
ও
তো সব
ও,
অনলাইনই দাও না।
তাহলে দেবো, সেটা অনলাইনটা মেনশন করবি তো।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, এই যে কৃষ্ণা যেটা বললো ওটাতেও তো দিতে পারো,
দে
তুমিও
দে,
বানাও
অনলাইন
কিছু
হলে
একটা।
যা, অনলাইন হলে দিতে রাজি আছি।
হ্যাঁ বাট হ্যাশ নোডেরটা তো একা একা না, এটা তো সোলো। তাই বলছি তুমিও দিয়ে দাও, ওদের কিছুই না, তুমি একটা ওদের এপিআই দিয়ে ওদের পাঁচ ছটা থিম দিয়েছে, ওর উপর একটা প্রজেক্ট বানাও। যেমন আমি ইন্টিগ্রেশনেরটা বানাচ্ছি, ঠিক আছে, একটা প্রজেক্ট বানাও, বানিয়ে একটা ব্লগ লিখে দাও। তুমি তো হ্যাশ নোড এমনিও ব্লগ লিখতে, ওই হ্যাশট্যাগ হ্যাশ নোড এপিআই হ্যাকাথন বলে ব্লগ লিখে তো, ভালো প্রাইজ বানিয়েছে, অনেকে পেয়েওছে। আমি প্রিভিয়াস ইয়ারে দেখছিলাম ওরা এরকম হ্যাকাথন প্রতি বছর করে। এখন একটা অনগোয়িং হচ্ছে অলরেডি, আর এটা জানুয়ারি 18 তারিখ থেকে হবে,
ওকে।
ঠিক আছে। আর
হুম।
একটা আছে হচ্ছে এইটা, এই যে ডেভ পোস্টে বেশি ভালো ভালো দেখলাম যে আছে ডেভ পোস্টে। ও হ্যাঁ, এই ওয়েবসাইটটা জানো, ডোরা হ্যাক্স বলে।
কি?
এখানে কিন্তু দেখো, একবার
দাঁড়া
দেখো, খুব
দেখছি।
ভালো ওয়েবসাইট। দেখো এখানে আমি ভাবছিলাম হয়তো এটা ওয়েব 3 শুধু, বাট এখানে সব কিছুর আছে মানে
ডোরা
আহ, ওদের
দেখিয়েছিলি তো তুই।
হ্যাঁ, আমি প্রথমে তো আমি ভেবেছিলাম এটা বাউন্টি শুধু, ঠিক আছে, এখানে আমি দেখলাম অনেক কিছু, না কমিউনিটি জয়েন করতে পারবে তুমি। এই যে বিল্ডস যেটা আছে না, বিল্ডস
হুম।
বিল্ডস আসলে হচ্ছে যে মানে স্টুডেন্টরা মিলে কমিউনিটি, মানে ধরে নাও আমি তুমি আমরা 5-6 জন কেউ মিলে আমরা একটা কমিউনিটি বানালাম, যে এখানে আমরা কোডিং করবো, বা আমরা এরকম কিছু টেকনোলজি নিয়ে আমরা কোডিং প্রজেক্ট বানাবো, হ্যাকাথনে একসাথে নাম দেবে, এরকম এরকম কমিউনিটি তুমি জয়েন করতে পারো, ঠিক আছে। হ্যাকাথন তো আছেই, তারপরে গ্রান্টস আছে, গ্রান্টস মিনি গ্রান্টস, মানে এগুলো ধরে নাও যারা এরকম ছোট ছোট, যে হ্যাঁ মিনি গ্রান্টস, এটা এটা আমাদের কাজে লাগবে, এটা সিরিয়াসলি কাজে লাগবে, কেন কি, যে এটা আমরা সিগমা ডিএস এ ধরে নাও বানাচ্ছি। এবার এটা যেটা তুমি বলছো যে এটা এক্সপোজার লাগবে, এখান থেকে এক্সপোজার আসতে পারো নি, কেন কি এটা শুধু ওয়েব 3 তো না, এখান থেকে এখানে অনেক ইনভেস্টররাও আছে, এখানে অনেক যারা ইউজার,
তাহলে
অনেক
তুই
অনেক
রিসার্চ কর
অনেক
ওটা নিয়ে
এখানে।
একটুখানি। আর কি?
আমি এটা দেখছিলাম, মিনি গ্রান্টটাই দেখছিলাম আমি Hacks এ। এই দেখো অনেকে সাবমিট করেছে যে মিনি গ্রান্টস আসলে এরকম বিল্ড দেখছো, বিল্ড অনেক কটা আমরা এরকম দিতে পারবো, ধরো নাও আহ, এটা ধরো স্টুডেন্ট বিল্ড গ্রান্টে আমরা আমাদের ওই বিল্ড করলে আমরা এখানে দিতে পারবো, সাবমিট বিল্ড এখানে আমরা দিতে পারবো, এটা প্রাইজ মানিও আছে, মানে এটা হ্যাকাথন টাইপ, বাট পুরোপুরি
ও
হ্যাকাথন না, বুঝতে পেরেছো?
ফাক। আচ্ছা, তুই কিসে এনপিএম দিয়ে ইনস্টল করেছিলি না?
কি?
আমাদের প্রজেক্টের ডিপেন্ডেন্সি
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ,
আমি একটা
npm দিয়ে দেবো।
পিএনপিএম করে দিয়েছি ভুল করে।
তো করো না, ঝামেলা হয়ে যায় দুটো ডিপেন্ডেন্সি থাকলে।
It looks like you're
Ultimately
using
ঝামেলা।
React 19 some আচ্ছা থাক না, পিএনপিএম একই তো ব্যাপার।
তাহলে npm এর ওটা ডিলিট করে দাও না, বুঝতে পারলে
ভাই
তো?
এনপিএম
এটা
আছে তো ভাই পাশে, আমি আর গাধা।
হ্যাঁ তো
বল না আজকে
npm
জানলে।
তো সব জায়গাতেই থাকবে। এই দেখো হ্যাকাথনে যদি যায় না, দেখো অনলাইন ভার্চুয়াল, ঠিক আছে, স্ট্যাটাস, অনগোয়িং, আপকামিং, ঠিক আছে, এই দেখো এখানে করতে পারবো। আমি আসছি।
ম্যাও 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 ম্যাও। কালকে রাত্রে যা যা আইডিয়াস এসছে সব লিখে রেখেছি। কালকে রাত্রে আমি কি করছিলাম ভাই, হারকিরাত বলছি, হিতেশ চৌধুরীকে নিয়ে বিচিং করছিলাম। কি আর করতে গেলাম আমি, ভুলে গেলাম। কি জানি ভাই। এনিওয়েজ
would make you say that okay, this team has great engineering culture? And I say that from perspective of, let's say somebody wants to join some company, how do they decide whether this place has great engineering culture or not?
That's also a tricky one. Culture is very subjective. What
Makes sense.
culturally works for, let's say, a Zerodha may not work for a different environment.
Fair enough.
So it's highly subjective.
Right.
And that really is the very definition of culture, right? It's an amalgamation of things that change, things have been accumulated, with things which are appropriate for a certain environment.
Right.
So, as I said, our culture heavily is built around understanding and accepting the risk in the business. In a non-risky environment, the culture would be completely different. But there are certain principles that are common. Firstly, people have to be chill with each other, irrespective of, people have to be able to make fun of each other without reservations. Nothing is sacrosanct.
Right.
In our team, we have memes about everyone. There are new memes that are made every day. I think there are like 6 or 7 different smileys in very non-flattering poses of my face. And each smiley, denotes a different kind of,
Expression,
situation.
yeah.
Yeah. So there's all of that. And that's just a tiny part of the overall facet, which is, people have to be able to gel well with each other.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And secondly, what I would definitely give heavy weightage to is how people operate, how systems are designed, whether they are from first principles or not. So that is also a part of culture, that thinking that, oh, we need to build a certain thing. It needs to be able to handle, let's say, a million users, whatever in that context. Let's go serverless, or let's pick this cloud. That's very top-down thinking.
Yeah.
So it has to be first principles. What are these million users? Do they even need this certain feature? So should we even bother building it? So it has to always start uh, from the absolute bottom, from first principles. So how a team makes engineering decisions, architectural decisions that are going to be with them for the next decade, that will define their very survival, that comes from first principles thinking. And teams that get together and collaborate on first principles tend to, I think, tend to gel well with each other, because there's no reservations. You're free to shoot down things objectively, saying, "Oh no, that's not a good idea because ABCD is wrong." That's only possible when the thinking is from first principle, when the when it's bottoms up. So it's really that the people should be able to gel well with each other, and technical, business, and engineering decisions within that team should be objective and should be from first principles. I think these are kind of two hallmarks of good engineering culture. And of course, lots of things change. It's subjective, but these are largely universal, I think.
Makes sense. I think I definitely relate to that point about breaking down the barriers and the memes and all, because I have at one point of time worked in a much larger company with a hierarchical setup, and there were people in my team much older than me. So to even write a code review and saying that something objectively, I just have it's the review on the code, not on the person, right?
Yeah,
I still
yeah,
have to
yeah.
CC the manager because okay, that person might get offended, and then obviously it's not a great environment to be able to discuss the technical merits of something if those barriers exist in the first place.
Yeah, yeah.
For sure. About the other part as well, right? First principles thinking. Now, and I will actually, of course, like you said, serverless. There are very concrete examples of using, say, NoSQL DBs, and a very interesting blog article that you had written about how you have been scaling Postgres at there, right? And again, I see, because teaching, so I see a lot of people, youngsters, and maybe a little bit disadvantage being MongoDB is a company, right? And then not to throw shade on them. I mean, there's definitely good use cases of that. But of course, if it gets marketed a lot versus something like using MySQL or Postgres, there's nobody to market that it's an open source project. So ultimately, people develop a habit of, say, building a lot of projects. And of course, if a particular tool has way too many libraries available, easy to quickly use, people can sort of get into it. And maybe that's also a great way to start. That's fine. But as you grow as an engineer, how do you sort of keep yourself grounded to the first principles? If you could have a word of advice around that.
I think it's about self awareness and awareness in general.
Yeah.
So, somebody who starts out young, and let's say their foundation are no SQL DBs, like you said, nothing wrong with them, they have their use cases, and they've never been able to work with relational databases. How do you even know what you don't know? Now,
Yeah.
that's a big trap. How do you
Correct.
know that you may be wrong? So,
नहीं नहीं ऐसा कोई बात नहीं है। सब बढ़िया भैया, आप बताओ। जॉब मिल गया? कौन सी कंपनी में? अरे वाह, कितना? 50 की है? एसएपी का क्या हुआ, साथ नहीं लिया? अच्छा वो, हाँ हाँ, बताए थे। वो एक दिन आप शायद मिस किए थे। टीम पे हूँ मतलब? समझा नहीं मैं। है किस चीज का? एक सेकंड, नहीं दिख रहा। हम्म, नहीं। वही तो नहीं ना। क्या ही कर सकते हैं अभी के टाइम पे, कॉलेज वाले ने मार रखा है अपना। हाँ, सी में तो हो चुका है मेरा, और जावा पे भी शिफ्ट कर रहा हूँ पूरा। मैंने लाइक जावा मेरा ऑलरेडी 5 साल किया हुआ है, सो अच्छा खासा आइडिया जावा का मेरा। हाँ, तो मैं पूरा जावा ही किया था मैं, उसके बाद जावा स्क्रिप्ट में घुसा था। इंटरव्यू कैसा था, मतलब क्वेश्चंस वगैरह टफ था क्या? हम्म, फिर दस मिनट में इंटरव्यू खत्म? बस, 10 सेंसर का बोल रहे हो क्या? हम्म। किसी में नहीं बैठने दिया? हम्म। तो एक सेकंड, ये एसएपी का जो इंटर्नशिप होता है वो ऑन कैंपस ही होता है? नहीं, ऑन साइट तो होता है, वो मेरे को मालूम है, जाना पड़ेगा बैंगलोर वगैरह। मैं बोल रहा था कॉलेज में, मतलब कॉलेज से एफिलेटेड है ना वो, एसएपी? इंटर्नशिप के लिए? नहीं यार, देखो जैसे कि क्या है कि प्लेसमेंट है अपना ऑन कैंपस होता है, कॉलेज में आता है एसएपी, ठीक है, इंटरव्यू वगैरह लेने। हाँ तो वो इंटर्नशिप भी ऑन कैंपस ही होगा ना, इंटरव्यू। उसका प्रोसीडर कैसा था, मतलब सिलेक्शन वगैरह ऐसा कैसा था? हम्म। 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 अच्छा, अगर एसीपी में आपको, एसीपी में अगर इंटर्नशिप मिल गया तो जॉब में इजी होगा? हाँ, क्योंकि मैं सुना प्रायोरिटी ज्यादा मिलता है, मतलब उन्हीं कंपनी से करके जाओ तो ज्यादा चांसेस है। हम्म। क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा पेइंग तो सैप ही होता है। हम्म। प्रॉब्लम एक ही है, अपना बैच बहुत बड़ा है, वो वही एक इशू है। 500 है वो, देखो ना। मिलता नहीं है मतलब। हाँ, मिल ही जाता है, समझ लो ऑलमोस्ट। नहीं, मेरा पैसा एक भी नहीं आता। मिलता है, गिफ्ट मिलता है, गिव अवेज होता है, उसी में पार्टिसिपेट करता हूँ। दे दे दूंगा आपको, नेक्स्ट टाइम मिलेगा मेरे को तो।
है भाई प्रोफाइल।
बात तो सही है। अरे लेकिन जानते हो, मैं एक चीज ना बहुत ज्यादा कॉमन हो चुका है, सुनने में आ रहा है हर कॉलेज में।
क्या?
तो हो कह रहा है कि मतलब कॉलेज क्या कर रहा है ना, टाई अप कर रहा है कंपनीज के साथ, ठीक है। अब प्लेसमेंट तो दे देगा आपको ऑन कैंपस, लेकिन वही 6 महीना बाद आपका ले ऑफ भी कर देगा।
यप, एग्जैक्टली, सही सुने हो।
तो एक तरह से स्कैम ही है ये, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट स्कैम में ही है।
आह, क्या ही होगा भाई, क्या फर्क पड़ता है, ये सब छोड़ो,
हाँ,
काम धाम करो, ऑफ कैंपस निकालो बस।
ऑफ कैंपस भी ना, मैं तो मतलब जितना लोग से पूछ रहा हूँ सब बोल रहे कि स्टार्टअप्स में ट्राई करो, ज्यादा स्कोप है।
यस, स्टार्टअप में
जॉब
अगर
सिक्योरिटी।
जाओगे तो लाइक तुम्हें सॉलिड पोर्टफोलियो बनाना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो नहीं लेंगे।
हाँ, एग्जैक्टली, वो कोर कॉन्सेप्ट ही मांगेगा।
कोड मांगेगा और कितना काम जानते हो वो देखेगा। स्टार्टअप्स में ऐसा
वही
होता है
बात है।
कि वो लोग तुम्हें ट्रेनिंग नहीं करना चाहते, तुम्हें पता हो काम धाम,
नहीं,
बस।
काम देगा। वही एग्जैक्टली। उतना पेइंग भी तो होता है, वो देखो ना।
हाँ भाई, ये तो बात सही है। ग्रोथ
अच्छा
भी
खासा
उसमें भी
पेइंग होता
बहुत
है,
ज़्यादा है।
बहुत ज्यादा है। देखो क्या होता है पहले।
हो जाएगा, करो ना।
हम्म, मैं तो उसमें जाने का ट्राई कर रहा था, ब्लॉकचेन में, बट रिसर्च करने में पता चला कि डायरेक्ट जॉब नहीं है उसका, इंडिया में तो स्पेशली नहीं है। एंड अगर है भी तो एक्सपीरियंस मांग रहा है 2-3 साल का, तो वो तो होने से रहा।
वेब 3 अभी हार्ड है क्रैक करना।
क्रैक करना तो जो तो मतलब एक्चुअली जॉब स्पॉट्स भी बहुत कम है,
हम्म
प्लस एक्सपीरियंस मांग रहा है। लाइक आजकल के ट्रेंड में तो वही है, गोलैंग में हो रहा है, वेब 3 में हो रहा है। यार मेरे को ये समझ नहीं आ रहा, आप लोग को हैकाथॉन से पार्टिसिपेट करने क्यों नहीं देता?
नहीं देता है मुझसे, लाइक पर्सनली दुश्मनी है इसलिए।
कि किसका दुश्मनी है?
अरे यार इधर नहीं बता सकता भाई, छोड़ ना।
So it's very difficult, and if you fall into that trap of, let's say, always buying into hype, you wouldn't even know that, you're wrong maybe.
Right.
So it's very important to have hands-on experience on a
क्या
wide
बना रहे हो
variety of
वैसे आप?
engineering,
क्या बोल रहे हो?
क्या बना रहे हो?
मैं लाइक डीएसए प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम कर रहा हूँ अभी।
कौन सा प्लेटफॉर्म?
डीएसए प्लेटफॉर्म।
ये क्या होता है?
अरे बना रहा हूँ ना कुछ, सब बोल दूंगा तो प्रोजेक्ट कैसे रहेगा।
एक सेकंड, ये कुछ क्या बोलते हैं? अरे यार नाम भी भूल गया मैं। ठीक है।
सुबरनेल। अरे लिखा तो है भाई, क्या यार।
topics and aspects. There's literally no other way. If you've never built a no a relational a system that uses a relational database, you wouldn't even know. You can't even make the decision. So it's very important to work on as many hands-on projects as possible. But how do you know that you have to work on? Maybe somebody has to, I know, tell.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody has to mentor or guide. But that starting point, just that, just growing that awareness, that's it. Once you have that awareness, then like a billion resources on the internet. You can learn whatever you want. You can build whatever you want. But it's just that starting point. People have to know that what we know may not. There are huge number of things outside of what we know, what are narrow focus.
All the time.
Just that realization and self-awareness, uh, that's what's most critical.
Right.
And that's the starting point. So yeah, I don't really have any solutions on how someone can gain that. But like I said, maybe it's accidental. Maybe it's just, people feel that, or maybe they need some hand holding.
Got it. Got it. Around that, I think, and then we talked about like what are the things we would want to talk about here, and you said about like building projects versus products kind of thing, and I really what youngsters say, vibed with that because when I teach some classes and after teaching, let's say concepts of okay how to build an API, how to build a ORM and all of that. Okay, now go ahead and build a project.
Yeah.
And one of the largest feedbacks, I think probably 70% of people come back and say, I spent a couple of days, could not come up with an idea
Yeah.
to build something.
Yeah.
And it sometimes feels very disappointed. Like, hey, you don't really have to come with an idea that's unique enough or not. Like, how about just build a blogging app or something like that? Build a calculator maybe, but
Yeah.
just go ahead and build.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you have also obviously seen a lot of engineers grow via this, tinkering culture, and you yourself call yourself a tinkerist. So, how much this is important, and why is it important for people to develop this? You would say.
I think it's paramount. It's probably one of the most critical things required to be a good engineer and to be able to learn. What we were just discussing prior, if you don't know what you don't know, how do you even get started? Right? And building things hands on, breaking things, getting experience, realizing that, oh, I can do this or I can't do this. It's the single biggest step. Unless you write software hands on, you can't learn. You can read resources, watch podcasts and videos for forever, for years, and you'll never be able to produce decent software. But if you start writing software and produce bad software and improve it, and the very act of writing software and producing bad software, you're automatically improving. That tiny badness, you'll fix it and you would have learned something. So nothing, absolutely nothing beats that. And all engineers in the world who are good, they're all self-taught. So it's basically that the act of writing software hands-on is the single biggest requirement to being a good engineer.
Right.
Yeah.
I would like to take an example there. I mean, and I just recently checked out when you had published DNS.toys. And I was having a discussion with my friend Saman, and he's a engineer at a big tech company, and he was like, I just loved it because I opened the GitHub repository and I look at the code and I see, okay, no 20 different classes or something. It's just, whatever we need to get it done.
Yeah.
The code inside each function looks very clear and concise, but everything is in one single file. That's fine. I'd like to probably like go a little deeper into like how did that idea come to your mind? Like why playing around with the DNS protocol to like give answers like time zones and everything?
So that the answer to that also answers your previous question. Like you said, sometimes students come up and say, I don't know what to build.
Yeah.
And that's actually a very legitimate problem. It's like a writer's block. You can't come up with unique ideas every day.
Yes.
And sometimes you look for many, many years you really have the drive to build something, but you don't know what to build.
Right.
And you can't bring yourself to building, let's say, trivial things. You want something new or unique. But if you look at most hobby projects out there, most FOSS, they're all largely born out of real world problems that people faced or frustration. Like most of my open source projects that I've published, I've stumbled upon them not because I was looking for certain ideas. I had a certain problem. I encountered a problem. I built software to solve that problem. Then I realized, oh, this can be extended and given out to others. You pick any large or small open source software out there, it's largely the genesis would have been basically that, people facing a certain problem and then trying to solve that. So, yes, to experiment. I'm sorry, I'm still answering your previous question.
Sure.
That urge to tinker has to be there. But if you go looking for ideas, it's you're probably setting yourself up for disappointment. But when you come across a problem, you have to jump on it and write some software. Tinker.
Yeah.
So DNS Toys is a great example for that. I had no vision to write any DNS related things, but I find myself entering random queries into Google every day, unit conversions or whatever. And over a period of time, I've seen that from simple expression matching, 10 GB to 5 MB.
Yeah.
It's a simple string passing thing. I don't know, Google's overly sophisticated technology and maybe machine learning models, sometimes it's difficult to get answers to those straightforward questions also. You get absurd answers, it just goes as a query and the result doesn't show up.
Yeah.
Specifically with unit conversion or simple one-line queries to which you really quickly need answers. And I'd been getting annoyed and I'd been getting frustrated, and that typically is inspiration to tinker and write something on your own.
Right.
So for unit conversions, I could just write a simple bash script for myself.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't be as much fun. So then I figured maybe it could be a service online where I can just quickly get an answer to some of these common queries that I raise every day on the terminal. Now that could be an HTTP service. You could query it with curl, but curl, it just didn't just seemed a little inadequate. And then I randomly had this thought. I don't know what had primed me to DNS. I mean, dig is everywhere.
Dig.
DNS is a protocol. It's a super super simple protocol. It's universal. It's ancient. It's raw. It's so beautiful, right?
Yeah.
You send a query, you get an answer, UDP, and it's just so good.
Yeah.
Then I thought, why can't I abuse that? It's rawer. It's more first principles than, let's say, curl.
Correct.
HTTP is a more complex protocol compared to DNS. So I thought, someone would have done it. Someone would have abused DNS. Of course, people abuse DNS for everything.
Yeah.
But then I saw that nobody had abused DNS to get queries to answers. And it makes perfect sense. You send a DNS query. The whole system is around the concepts of sending a question and getting answers.
Answer back, right?
So like, why not, add this unit conversion thing to that? Then I was like, oh, I also, tend to check weather every day. Bangalore temperature, Bangalore weather. We all of us Google that. And, why not add a weather service? Then I thought, oh, there are these other things. Sometimes, you get a really big number, let's say 10 or 11 digit number. And, I find it hard to mentally pass. I have to count decimals.
Yeah.
So, I Google, numbers to English words or whatever, land on some random website, paste that. So that's also a query that I frequently need answered. So why not add that? So I added a bunch of things, and suddenly I had a DNS server that could answer some of these queries, and it was universal. Like, just that its purity, the protocol's purity was very attractive.
Yeah.
So I made it, then of course, if you're typing it every day, it has to have a really short domain name. If I have DNS answers and questions.com, that defies the point. So I looked for a domain and found dns.toys. So I can just say bangalore.weather, dig bangalore.weather at DNS toys, and I get the answer.
Yeah.
And that really satisfied, that urge. It scratched my itch.
Yeah.
Of course, I turned it into a website, published the repository, and it became an open source project.
Right.
But that's really the genesis of many hobby projects. That itch, that one problem that you want solved, it bugs you, annoys you. That itch you want scratched, and just because you're an engineer, when you can do DNS, why do HTTP?
Yeah.
So all of those things put together, hobby project is born.
Right. Actually, that reminds me of something very similar I had done, and this story feels so familiar because it was just before the pandemic time, and I was doing a few consulting with some people who were outside India, like different places.
Yeah.
And we'll meet at 1 p.m. Okay, who's 1 p.m.? Your 1 p.m. My 1 p.m. All of that stuff.
Yeah.
Then I used to start figuring out that also the calendar software everybody uses does not necessarily always match. Like Google is still probably 90%, but somebody using Outlook. So you make an event in Outlook, send it to Google. Sometimes because of DST and everything, something happens. And I had gone to a hackathon we had sponsored, and I was there. I was just mentoring some people. And then at night there was nothing to do, and at that time I was learning Vue as a front-end framework. And it just clicked my mind that, hey, just using the routing, the hash parameters and everything. So I found this domain name available, sharetime.in. Send me the sharetime.in /ist/1700 if you write. And you can share this URL to anybody. If they open it in their own time zone, it just picks the time zone from the computer and says IST 5 p.m. is 10 a.m. at your time zone.
Yeah. Nice.
So it's like the URL is very easy to share because share time in, tell the time zone.
Yeah.
But I think the beauty is that it was ridiculously simple what I thought that I want.
Yeah.
But to implement it, I figured that when I was using some time passing libraries, so I figured that these 3-letter time zones that we use, like IST and all, that's not the IATA standard. The IATA standard is something like Asia/Kolkata, like that.
Yeah.
And the rabbit hole kept digging. Like I figured that, okay, KST is 3 things: Kaliningrad Standard Time, Korea Standard Time.
Yeah.
So I figured that sometimes 3 letters need disambiguation.
Yeah.
So then I have to add a disambiguation layer in the middle.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I build that. Then I figured that Chrome has a bug that they have not updated Asia/Calcutta to Asia/Kolkata yet. I went and write a bug on Chrome's bug tracker, and I found out that there is a thread going on for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And somebody's like, hey, IIT has updated it. When will you guys do it? And like Firefox has done it, Safari has done it, but Chrome is not.
Yeah.
And then I found out some message from some cryptocurrency exchange. Somebody wrote that our trades are failing because Asia/Calcutta and Asia/Kolkata in the browser is happening.
Yeah.
So I figured, it was very simple. Like I just thought that I will build it in 5 hours or something, and from there got to learn so many things as a result of that. So I think even for example, something like DNS.toys, if somebody wants to just clone it and run it on their own, they will learn so much about how to run a DNS server as well in that process. So
no, that's a great example of rabbit holes. So you try to scratch that itch of just doing one date conversion. But if you hadn't bothered, you wouldn't have learned so many things. But because you bothered to do it hands-on, you were driven, you learned so many things. This is what engineers need to do. They need to build things with their bare hands. They have to do, even the tiniest of projects. But nothing is really tiny in that sense. Date parsing is a really complex thing. And you went down the rabbit hole. Absolutely.
And it was, I think, like the end of the journey, it was just so fulfilling for me itself. And then I sent it to a bunch of friends. So nowadays, like, when somebody asks me from Singapore, Dubai, or somebody, like, when to meet, and I just type them sharetime.in IST, and like, so they read it in that time zone. And then somebody suggested that if I open it from a time zone, can I get a thumbnail preview in WhatsApp itself so that I don't have to open? I'm like, oh, okay.
See, that's great.
I'll build that next.
That's a great idea, right?
So you can just send the URL, the OG tags will work, and you don't even actually have to open the URL then. So in piggybacking on all of these different technologies and
that's a brilliant hack. You should do it if you haven't already.
That's whenever the next weekend I get some time, that's the next thing on my agenda to do that. But I hope, like, if people are hearing, I mean, they whatever the itches they have been having so far, they do scratch some of them and build some of those projects. It'd be really beneficial. But I will take a segue from there too, actually, because you talk about building these things and also open sourcing them. And this is the reason why I have discovered so many of your projects, because they're open source. And then, of course, first of all, thanks to you because you share those instead of just tinkering and keeping them. Now, open source is something, of course, sort of a bit, I would say, abused, misused word also in some places. Gets used sometimes as developer relations and branding agendas also some places. For me, growing up, open source was, I figured out how to hack the kernel of basically reload the kernel of a Android phone. So then I figured out, okay, Linux kernel is GPL, so I can download, change stuff. And I figured out, okay, phones come with processors with speed limited. You can actually bump them up and you can overclock a phone as well. And then overclocking desktops or something, people knew, okay, phones can be overclocked. And then stuff like that I did. And then I figured, in fact, I opened my first GitHub repository because of that reason. I figured, okay, if it's a GPL code, if you make a modification, he was supposed to publish it. Just the spirit of that word was so, I think, got very invigorated by that. Hey, that's a nice spirit that this entire community has. You make changes, publish it back. And of course, since then, I've contributed to a lot of open source projects and everything. But from also an org perspective, because there was this FOSS pledge at FOSS United, you were talking to about orgs as well. If I talk to individual engineers, a lot of them really appreciate if their org actually supports open source development or supports their engineers to contribute to open source. And I feel that for a lot of engineers, it's a very big motivating factor. What do you have to say to orgs or to engineering leaders as well? Like, why should somebody, focus on this? And like you said, sometimes it's very transactional, selfish reasons also exist probably. But, how important is it both for, individuals or also for orgs?
I think it's very important. And a part of, we spoke about building engineering culture and the necessity, right? And I think this is one of the facets of building a solid engineering.
এই দেখো, আমি এটা পুরো নিজে করলাম। এটা আমি একে শুধু বলছি স্টাইলিশ কম্পোনেন্ট। দেখো দেখো পড়ো, ঠিক আছে? দেখো দেখেছো, আমি সব নিজে থেকে করলাম। নিজে থেকে করেছি, দেখো আউটও নিজে লিখেছি, সব নিজে, কোনো এআই না। আমার এআই শেষ হয়ে গেছে গিটহাব কোপাইলট, শুধু চ্যাট করতে পারবো, ওইটা শেষ, অটো কমপ্লিশন শেষ। Yeah.
Hello, hello.
engineering culture.
Right.
And when I say engineering culture, I also mean hacker culture. So if people aren't in on consuming open source software, and everybody builds everything on FOSS today,
Yeah.
and if they're not keen on tinkering and publishing stuff back, that the engineering culture kind of takes a small setback there. So a solid engineering culture, it's about collaboration, and you have to collaborate internally with tech teams and non-tech teams, but it's also about collaborating with others outside. And for what, I don't really have quantifiable answer. Like you said, for some organizations it could be transactional, it could be marketing, it could be a way to attract people to hire them, which is fair. I mean, all of those things exist in the world, they can all coexist. But some organizations do it just for the heck of it, just for the spirit. So there's no right or wrong here. I mean, I prefer a certain perspective, but many organizations do it for selfish reasons. Like I said, it's fair. But it's important because it enables all of these things.
Right.
It makes engineers better engineers also, because when you write something for yourself, how you write that, how you think, how you architect software, it's very different from when you have to build something for others. When you write software for other parties, and open source software, millions of people could use it, people you've never seen, people in completely different geographies, different cultures, different perspectives, different requirements, they'll take your software and use it in ways that you never ever imagined.
Exactly.
So when you write something for others, for unknown users, it's a whole different framework. You're writing it with as many holes closed as possible, as many edge cases addressed as possible,
Yes,
as
yes.
clean an architecture as possible. And that just makes you a better engineer anyway. And
Right.
you'll start applying those principles in your internal projects also, thinking that, I'm not writing this for myself for today, I'm writing it for whoever it could be tomorrow. So there are many benefits to that. And, building a culture, transactional, selfish reasons, just practicing, being able to write better software by writing it for others. And of course, you consume all this open source, giving back. And when people derive utility from the software that you publish, it's immense amounts of goodwill as well. That may not translate to money, but it's if you care about it, it's a lot of satisfaction.
Right.
So many of these reasons, like a number of reasons why it should be done.
Right. I feel it's a little unfortunate in India. It happens way less, I feel, because
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, I mean, Zerodha definitely does. Razorpay, I have seen. Flipkart, there was a time I used to follow. There's a lot of great stuff they used to open source. But it's not something very, very prevalent. Versus, I know a lot of my friends who have probably, moved out of India and in US and all. A lot of times they end up picking up a job because they found some open source project which they needed for some of their own use. They found, oh, this is made by this org, and they're like, I would love to work at a place which has made something like this.
Yeah.
So this is something that I think definitely should improve in our tech culture here in India, I guess.
Absolutely. It is so disproportionate, it's actually shocking. We have, I know, dozens, I know, 100, unicorns, massive tech companies, unlimited resources, tech companies that build, cutting edge technology. Most of them are in Bangalore. But if you look at the number of open source projects that come out of India, it is so disproportionately small. It's practically non-existent compared to this massive, wave of digitization at every level, at the governmental level, at the industry level, young companies, old companies, cutting edge startups that are expanding all across the world. All of these things have come out of India, but the same industry which uses open source software to build all of this, build all the valuations, build all their products, produces so little to the point that it's non-existent. I think it's a cultural issue. It goes back to exactly what we've been discussing. If you have a tech versus management divide, if you have a management that isn't keen on engineering culture, there'll be no encouragement to get people to open source things. And if you pick, I know, dozens of really big, popular, large tech startups here, and if you look at the management, I think it'd be a sad realization that many of them are not really engineers. Although these are all tech companies, they're all led by people who don't really care about engineering. And if you don't care about engineering, why would you care about encouraging your developers or tech teams to produce software to give out to others? What do you gain from that, right? Nothing. Right. So it's a sad cultural issue. And again, before this started, we had a brief chat about force events in Bangalore.
अभी तो कुछ कुकिंग नहीं चल रहा, अभी तो इंग्रेडिएंट्स प्रिपेयर कर रहा हूँ, कुकिंग करूँगा। आपका क्या चल रहा है भाईजान? क्या हालचाल, कैसे हो? বিজি চেঞ্জ করা যায়? এটা হচ্ছে কানিয়ে, কানিয়া, আনিয়া প্লাস কানিয়ে, কানিয়া নিয়া চেঞ্জ করে দি ভাই, অনেকে বলছে ভাই, ছাড় বেকার। যা যা খেয়ে নে, কলেজ হচ্ছে এখন? আনিয়া कुछ नहीं भाई. I was coding a little. By the way, I guess you are new here. Yup, new.
अरे भाई देखा नहीं, सॉरी सॉरी।
चैट देखा नहीं भाई, सॉरी। अरे ये लैंग्वेज नहीं है कोई, एक लाइक कोडमिरर टाइप का एक कोडिंग एडिटर है that I want to use in my project. That's why I'm just exploring it. किसका भाई? मेरा मेरा ये अकाउंट है भाई।
আমি
सॉरी
कौन-सी
सॉरी सॉरी
बैकएंड लिख रहा हूँ मैं।
क्या कर रहे हो? थोड़ा स्क्रीन शेयर करो।
बैक ये देखो बैकएंड इनवैलिड टोकन करना चाहिए। अच्छा मिडिलवेयर टोकन
চ্যাট জিপিটিতে দেখলাম $18 ফ্রি আছে।
হ্যাঁ
$18 ফ্রি দিচ্ছে।
টোকেন তো আসছে গেছে বাট কোথায় যাচ্ছে
भाई একজন স্ট্রিমে এসে জিজ্ঞাসা করছে গিটহাব पे क्या नाम है।
সাবাস হায়ার করবে তোমাকে
হায়ার করো ভাই আমাকে ভাই কেউ ইজ্জত দিচ্ছে না ভাই। বলো হ্যাঁ তোমাকে তাই বলছে যে কি এরকম করে আবার কি মানে চেনা নাকি বন্ধু তোমার তাহলে জিজ্ঞেস করলে নাম হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে हाँ तो इनवैलिड टोकन আসছে ভাই ইনভ্যালিড টোকন হ্যাঁ কি কি ওটা না খাইনি ওটা ইনভ্যালিড টোকন এইখানে ট্রায়ের মধ্যে ঢুকছেই না ট্রায়ের মধ্যে ঢুকছেই না Registered status related to this
আরে জিডব্লিউটি পাসওয়ার্ড আমি ইম্পোর্ট করিনি। নাইস। টাইপ স্ক্রিপ্টটা তো লাগে এই জন্য এটাতে টাইপ স্ক্রিপ্ট করতে হতো। হয়ে গেছে। What the hell? দাদা দাদা শুনতে পাচ্ছ? হ্যালো। দাদা হয়ে গেছে, আমি পারলাম করতে। বুঝতে পারছো? এই দেখো আমি করতে পেরেছি। আমি ইউজার লগ ইন লগ আউটটা করলাম, ওটা তো আমার হয়ে গেছিল। পরে ওটা আমি জেডব্লিউটি টোকেন দিয়েছি, ঠিক আছে? মানে নিজের নিজের অথ বানিয়েছি। সিম্পল ইউজার নেম পাসওয়ার্ড দেবে, আর সাইন ইনের টাইমে ইউজার নেম পাসওয়ার্ড দিবে। ওরা ডিবিতে একবার চেক হবে, আর যদি ঠিক থাকে তাহলে জেডব্লিউটি সাইন হয়ে যাবে। আর টোকেন থাকবে 24 ঘন্টা, ঠিক আছে? 24 ঘন্টা না কতক্ষণ দিয়েছি দেখিনি, বাট থাকবে। আর এবার আমি স্পেস রাউট ক্রিয়েট করলাম, মানে স্পেসের রাউট বানাচ্ছি। এবার ক্রিয়েট রাউট মানে যেটা ক্রিয়েট স্পেস, এবার ওখানে কি যে স্পেস বানাচ্ছে তার তো একটা ইয়ে লাগবে না, যে অ্যাডমিনটাকে স্পেসের, তাই না? তো অ্যাডমিনটা এখান থেকে আমি করলাম আর জেডব্লিউটি দিয়ে।
Yo,
যে
what's up?
Yo, brother.
What are you guys doing?
He's working on something and he was just showing me that. কি বলছিলি বল?
এবার ওখান থেকে ওটাই যে আমি এবার জেডব্লিউটি দিয়ে আমি হেডার্স থেকে চেক করছি, ঠিক আছে? যে if this মানে পার্সন মানে মানে এটা আদৌ কোনো ভ্যালিড টোকেন নাকি, ঠিক আছে? বা জেডব্লিউটি টোকেন আছে নাকি, লগইন আছে নাকি। যদি থাকে তাহলে সে অ্যাডমিন হয়ে যাবে। তাকে সে মানে যে বানাবে সে অ্যাডমিন হয়ে যাবে, সিম্পল। আর টাইপ আছে পাবলিক প্রাইভেট হতে পারে রুম, তাই না? পাবলিক মানে কি ওতে পাসওয়ার্ড থাকবে না, প্রাইভেট মানে ওতে পাসওয়ার্ড থাকবে।
Yeah.
Wait, does he know English?
Yeah, he does.
Yes, I do.
How are you doing, bro?
So I am just writing a backend for a project or a side project basically.
Nice, bro.
Thanks.
Okay, continue doing that. I'll just do my work.
Your screen share karo. I will see what you are doing.
Wait, isn't it like 11 for you right now?
Yep, exactly.
Yes, 11.
For how much longer do you like plan on working?
I don't know, like this project maybe I will give 2 to 3 weeks.
No, I mean like right now.
Right
Like
now.
1 more hour or
I think 2 more hours, because today I came
nice.
from college. That's why I'm tired also.
Okay. All right, good luck. I'm gonna go.
Okay, bye.
Bye, bro.
Bye. আসলো কি করতে? তুমি থাকলে দেখি চলে আসে। কি হলো?
কি
কথা কথা
ও, আমি
বলো।
মিউট হয়ে বসেছিলাম।
বললাম আমি দেখলাম তুমি থাকলে চলে আসো, ভালো ছেলে।
আর এখানে বলিস নি।
ঠিক আছে, কি আছে, আসলে আসুক না, বাংলা বোঝে নাকি? বোঝে না। কোথায় থাকে? কাজাকিস্তান থাকে না? কি কি ভাষা বলে ওখানে ওদের প্রাইমারি? আরবিক? হ্যাঁ,
কি
ওখানে কি ভাষা বলে, আরবিক নাকি ইংলিশ?
জানি না, কাজাক বলে, কাজাক।
কাজাকিস্তান টাইম নাও, কি টাইম দেখি তো?
আরে আধ ঘন্টা এগিয়ে ওরা, এই পিছিয়ে
ও তো ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ কাজাক, ঠিক কি বলেছো? আচ্ছা, রাশিয়ান টাইপের ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ। So space route is done.
কোড এডিটর একটা খুঁজে পেয়েছি বুঝলি, হাইলি কাস্টমাইজেবল। ঠিক আছে,
কাজ করে দেখি এবার, আমি দেখি কি বল, এবার সব দেখবো, বলে দেখাও কোড এডিটর দেখাও।
কি আমাদের প্রজেক্টটা, এই তো প্রজেক্টের আমাদের হোম পেজ, চ্যাট সেকশন বানিয়ে দিয়েছি। তোরটা এখন কাজ করছি না, তোরটা একটু আলাদা করে কাজ করছি, ঠিক আছে, কারণ ওখানে তোর লজিক লেখা আছে বাট ইউআইটা বড়
নিজে থেকে বানালে?
হ্যাঁ
নিজে থেকে বানালে?
হ্যাঁ, এটা হয়তো ওই ফ্যাট চেনের ইউআই, এই টুল টিপ ইউজ করে দেখ, এই যে সেন্ড আপ হয়, সেগুলো সব ছোট ছোট জিনিসগুলো বানালাম এখানে। এবার তোর লজিকটা এখানে ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করে দেবো, যে মেসেজ আদান প্রদান। আমি দেখছিলাম যে লাইভ কল ফিচারটা দিয়ে বেকার হবে, ওই জন্য আমি ভয়েস মেসেজ পাঠানোটা পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছি, বুঝলি।
ভয়েস মেসেজে টোকেন বেশি ইউজ হয়ে গেছে, কারণ ওখানে দেখো যে যে
ঠিক আছে, দেখা
বলবে,
যাবে, টেনশন নিচ্ছিস না।
দেখো জেমিনাইকে একটু ভালো করে আমরা ইউজ করতে পারি না? জেমিনাইকে যদি একটু ওই ল্যাংচেন দিয়ে, ল্যাংচেনের মাধ্যমে যদি ওকে একটু ভালো টিউন করতে পারি, বা ফাইন টিউন কিভাবে করতে হয় দেখে, তাহলে জেমিনাই ইউজ করতে পারি ওরা। আমি দেখেছি যে আয়ুষ টপ ছেলেটা, ও জেমিনাই ইউজ করে বেশি প্রজেক্টে, ওই ইয়ে করে সেম ভাবে এরকম, ও ওটাকে ফাইন টিউন করে করে তারপরে ওটাকে জেমিনাই ইউজ করে। আর যখন দেখি ইউজার বেশি আসছে, তখন ওপেন এআই এ শিফট হয়ে যায়। বুঝতে পারছো? বুঝলে? বুঝলে কি বললাম?
না,
তাহলে এক কাজ করতে পারি, শোনো, আমার একটা ভালো আইডিয়া এসেছে। ওখানে অপশন দিয়ে দেবো না, ওখানে ড্রপ ডাউনে অপশন দিয়ে দেবো যে বাই ডিফল্ট ওখানে ও ইয়ে থাকবে, জেমিনাই অপশন সিলেক্ট করা থাকবে, ঠিক আছে? আর যদি কেউ ওপেন এআই ক্লিক করে, তাহলে তাকে তার ওপেন এআই কি চেয়ে দেবো, যে আপনি ওপেন এআই কি দেন, আর তারপরে ওখান থেকে করে।
দেখছি ভাই জেমিনাই কিরকম রেসপন্স দেবে আমি জানি না, একটু জেমিনাইয়ের সাথে কথা বলে দেখতে হবে।
দেখতে দেখো, ফ্রি আছে যখন। আর কি ফ্রি আছে? লামা ফ্রি তো, লামা ইউজ করা যাবে না নাকি টাকা লাগবে?
না, সেলফ হোস্ট করতে হবে না।
ওটাতেও তো খরচ আছে, সেলফ হোস্ট সেমই খরচ তো। ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে টোকেনে। ওকে, নিউ স্পেস, স্পেস তো নতুন হলো, নিউ স্পেস ক্রিয়েটেড, ক্রিয়েট রাউট ইজ ডান। তাই তোমাকে ডিএম করেছে? কই, কোন ছেলেটা? এই এখন যে আসলো? কি বলছে, হ্যালো?
হ্যাঁ রে, না না, এই নয়।
তাহলে ও আচ্ছা, তার মানে রিচ তো ভালোই পাচ্ছ তুমি। তুমি এ ভিডিও বানাও এবার, তাহলে নর্মাল ভিডিও বানাও এবার। নর্মাল ভিডিও বানালে কি আছে? আচ্ছা, এসি কেন, কি হয়েছে অন্য? ও আচ্ছা, হ্যাঁ, তাও তো। Damn. Harkirat Singh হলো, Harkirat course, cohort, welcome to my cohort, first cohort. Okay, let's see. ওই দাদা দাদা ওই যে ক্যানভাস আছে না, এইচটিএমএল ক্যানভাস, ওটা রিঅ্যাক্টের তো, মানে রিঅ্যাক্টও তো ইউজ করা যায় নাকি, দেখি তো। না, ওর কোনো লাইব্রেরি নেই রিঅ্যাক্ট ক্যানভাস? কি রিঅ্যাক্ট ক্যানভাস? আচ্ছা ক্যানভাস না, সরি, ক্যানভাসে তো ড্র করার জন্য। না আবার আমি তো, না না না, আমি কি সিগমা ডিএস এর কথা বলছি না, এখানে ক্যানভাস কেন লাগবে? 2D মেটাভার্স যেরকম হারকিরাস বানিয়েছিল, ওকে দেখতে হবে কি ইউজ করেছে। ও সে গ্রিড বানিয়েছিল, পুরো পুরো মানে ইয়েটাকে না গ্রিড বানিয়েছিল, চেসের গ্রিড, বক্স বক্স। তারপরে যে প্লেয়ার মুভ করছিল এরকম, প্লেয়ার তো না, মানে লোকজন এরকম এরকম এক্স ওয়াই কোঅর্ডিনেট। তুমি ওটার নাম কি বললে, ওই যে ডেটা স্ট্রাকচার দিয়ে যেটা করে, কি জানো? কি ট্রি? ও ট্রি। ও এই জিনিসটা দেখা যাবে একটা, ডিলিট হয়ে গেল। সিরিজ কম্পিউটারে তো আছে। একবার চ্যাটটা দেখো, স্ট্রিম চলছে তো। চলছে, চ্যাটটা দেখো, চ্যাট লিঙ্কটা খোলো। হ্যাঁ আমি কখন দেখালাম? কবে দেখালাম আমি? আমি আজকেই জানলাম এটা, অন্য কিছু দেখি। ও আমি আমি তো দেখলাম আমার গুগলে নোটিফিকেশন মাঝে মাঝে আসে এরকম।
দীপ ভাই মেসেজ করেছে, বলছে টেলরের প্যাকেজ দেখলি 2.2 সিআর। বাবরে জোকস।
ফুল স্ক্রিন করো এটাকে, ফুল স্ক্রিন করো, ফুল স্ক্রিন করো, করে রিফ্রেশ করো একবার এটা। না না না, একবার তুমি রিফ্রেশ করো না, রিফ্রেশ করো বলছি, এটা আরো ভালো আছে। রিফ্রেশ করো, এবারে ওই এবার প্রোফাইলে, হ্যাঁ ওইটা বুঝেছি, ওই যে লোড, ওই স্ক্রিনটা, অ্যানিমেশনটা দেখতে পেলে না? ওই যে হ্যাঁ এগুলো এরকম বেরিয়ে আসলো। হ্যাঁ সে, হ্যাঁ দিছে ওকে অ্যানিমেশন এগুলো দিছে। আমি নিজেই জানি না কি তৈরি, কিন্তু ভালো লাগছে। বাটনটা দেখো, হ্যাঁ বাটনটা দেখো, বাটনটা আওয়াজ হয়, বাটনটা, বাটনটা দেখো, ক্লিক করো। বাটনটাতে আওয়াজ হয়। অ্যানিমেটেড টেক্সটটা খুব সুন্দর, অ্যানিমেটেড টেক্সটও দেখতে পারো। এটা এটা জাস্ট শুরু হয়েছে এদের, আমি দেখলাম, বেশি কিছু নেই, এই কটাই আছে। ওকে, বাজাচ্ছে, ওটার জন্যই না। কোডিং আর ডিসেন্ট্রালাইজ এক্সচেঞ্জ, হোয়াট ইজ দ্য ডেক্স এন্ড কি? হ্যাঁ এটা খুব ভালো, এটা টেস্টিক্যাল, টেস্টিমোনিয়াল। এই হোভার করো, হোভার না সরি, ক্লিক করতে হবে নিচে, নিচে গিয়ে। তুমি একবার অ্যানিমেটেড টেক্সটটা দেখো, ওটাও ভালো। হিরো 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 টেক্সট দিতে পারবে ওটা। মাল্টিটাস্কিং মানে? রেসপন্সিভ নেই। পুরো হয়েছে এটা কি স্পেকট্রাম ইউআই যাও, স্পেকট্রাম ইউআই আজকে মানুপাজি ইয়ে করলো, রিভিউ করলো একটা ছেলে আমাদের বয়স, তোমার বয়সেরই ছেলে, আমাদের বয়স। স্পেকট্রাম ইউআই সার্চ করো, স্পেকট্রাম ইউআই। মানুপাজি স্যার আগদিন সেই রিভিউ করছে না তো, কত যে ইউআই বেরোচ্ছে। কেরকম ভালো? হ্যাঁ আর হ্যাঁ, শুধু 8 ঘন্টা নাকি 8 ঘন্টার উপরে? হ্যাঁ, বাপরে। হ্যাঁ, একদিনে? বাহ, নাইস। তাহলে তো ভালোই গ্রোথ হচ্ছে। তুমি এতে কোনো কোন দিন কোনো এইচআর দেখে নিলো বা কোনো রিক্রুটার দেখে নিলো, কোনো ক্লায়েন্ট দেখে নিলো, তাই না? Yes, no. দাদা শোনো, তুই তো বলছিলে যে না, তাহলে নাম দেবে, তাহলে তুমি একটা বানাও না, হ্যাশ নোড একটা নাম দাও। আমি বলছি হ্যাশ নোডেরটাই নাম দাও তাহলে, বানাও একটা। কি বানাবো? আরে ভালো কি বানাও ভালো। হ্যাঁ বড় তো ভালো আছে, প্রাইস মানে প্রাইস থেকেও ভালো, এটা তুমি ভালো একটা হ্যাকাথন দিচ্ছি তো। করো, করে দাও থিমস গুলো দাও। এই প্রোফাইল পিকচারে লাগিয়ে নাও এটা, যেটা পাঠিয়েছি আমি। দেখো দেখো পাঠিয়েছি লিঙ্কটা। ইউজার ইউজ স্পেস একটা ক্রিয়েট আছে, অ্যাডমিন অফ একটা স্পেসে, নাইস। So this is the space I created. এটা জানুয়ারি 18 তারিখ থেকে শুরু হবে। আর তোমার ফেব্রুয়ারির কত, না জানুয়ারির, না 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 1 মাস না, দেখো না ওখানে লেখা আছে জানুয়ারি 18 থেকে কত, 18 থেকে ফেব্রুয়ারি 3, 15 দিন। হ্যাঁ অনেক বড় প্রাইজ মানে, আর জিতেওছে অনেক, একটা ছেলে ইয়ে দেখলাম ইন্ডিয়ান ছেলেও জিতেছে একটা। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ওই এখানে তুমি একটা বানাতে পারো, ওই একটা স্টার্টার কিট হয় না, দেখো তুমি তো ডিজাইন ভালো, তুমি একটা স্টার্টার কিট বানাতে পারো। মানে একটা ব্লগিং অ্যাপ্লিকেশনে স্টার্টার কিট, ওর মধ্যে তুমি যেটা এপিআই মানে যেটা এডিটর ইউজ করবে ওটা হ্যাশ নোডের এপিআই এডিটর, ঠিক আছে? হ্যাশ নোডের এডিটর বলতে গেলে এপিআই এর ডকুমেন্টেশন সব দিয়ে দিয়েছে, পড়তে পারো ওখান থেকে। হ্যাঁ ওটা একটা আছে, এখানে থিম আছে, অ্যাপ আইডিয়া আছে, থিম আছে সব। আর একটা পাঠাচ্ছি, এটা দেখো, এটাও অনলাইন, ঠিক আছে? দেখো পাঠিয়েছি। হ্যাঁ এইটা দেখো, এইটা এইটা এটা এআই এর উপরে হ্যাকার, ভালো, এটা অনলাইনে ডিসকর্ডে হবে। 13 তারিখ থেকে স্টার্ট হবে। এসকিউএল কবে পড়লাম? ওই জন্য টেবিল থাকে, টেবিল থেকে আমরা ডেটা নিই। ফান্ডামেন্টাল তো করবো এখন, ওইগুলো করে নিয়ে করবো। কেন? অন্য কোম্পানি খুঁজে নেবো। এটা কি? যদি তোমার সামনে কোনো সিচুয়েশন আছে, কিছুই নেই, কেউ কোনো এআই নেই, ডকুমেন্টেশন নেই, কিছুই পারছে না, টিউটোরিয়াল নেই, তুমি কি করবে? হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে। আচ্ছা। না, হয়তো কৃষ্ণা, কৃষ্ণা অনেক ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে। হুম।